Hello, if you're a new or returning player, I'm going to show you exactly how to finish Diablo 2 in Hell. Um, so let's set the players count, players 8, and let's just get started. I'm going to allow you to go through the cinematics and all of the quest through on yourself, and I'll just show you how to go through and beat the game. So right now, to start, we're just trying to get a little bit of experience, a little bit, find a few items, and get to level 3 and get to the next area. To do that, we just follow the path, and as you can see, right at the start, we've already hit level 2. First point we can put into my aura. Select my aura. If you're playing on console, or you've got a controller and you can't type in the player difficulty, you can come into gameplay and then offline difficulty scaling and set it to 8 or change it to whatever you need to. Put all our points into vitality. So the player count basically just means that you're playing the game with multiple people in the game. So at the moment the game thinks that we've got 8 people in the game, so therefore it's going to adjust the difficulty like there is 8 people in the game. That also means more items drop. They have more health, they deal more damage. So that's the basic gist of the player count. I'll show you as we go through. You get to understand what I choose and what's worthwhile for each different area. So I dropped that town portal just so I can go back to where I was, but I didn't really get out too far, so a little bit of a waste. Didn't do too well there and did not find much value, so I don't even think we can afford even just a basic weapon. 350. Let's just sell that and let's get that. Okay, and we can afford this. Let's try and get 1 stamina potion. Okay, we got a few. Alright, that should do. Alright, let's go back out. I probably should have used this experience shrine and looked for the boss pack in the Cold Plains, but no biggie. Just in case you don't get one, it's kind of even. So in here we're going to target the Fallen Shaman because the Fallen Shaman raise Fallens. So, or they raise Fallen. And it just gets annoying when you kill something and then 2 seconds later it's back up again. Chip topaz, nice. I'll show you what we'll do with that. So now we're looking for a 2-socket helm to use that chip topaz. We put all of our extra skill points into resist fire. Okay, here's a shaman, target him. So resist fire is a synergy to holy fire. So that means that if you look at holy fire, it resist fire gives it a 21% damage bonus per level. So even though we're not putting points into holy fire, we're still strengthening our holy fire, so once we get access to it at level 6 it'll be stronger. But in other words, we're not really using all of our points until level 6, apart from the Might Aura. Might Aura just gives us a little bit of damage boost, and it's also a prerequisite for Holy Fire. So items we're looking for, you know, throwing knives are good, javelins are good, any rings, amulets, runes, gems. You're not going to find a rune at this early in the game, but charms are great. But like if you find some magic items like a magic buckler or something might be worthwhile. So let's identify that. 1 to energy, so that's useless. Like we don't really care about 1 energy, it doesn't really do anything, but we could sell that for 1,000 gold. If I wanted to, I could put this chip gem into my weapon and give myself a 1 to 7 damage boost, but I really like putting my chip topaz in my helm, and I'll show you why. Put vitality. Pretty much most of the time we'll just be putting points into vitality. 2 points into holy fire, resist fire. Alright, let's identify amulet. 17 to attack rating, it's useless. We've got 95% chance to hit, and that's the maximum. Take it off, 95% chance. So it's not doing much at this point of the game. But that's still another 1,000 gold. It doesn't really matter what point of the game you're in, you're always going to be picking up rings and amulets like every single time, because even magic, the blue ones, they can still spawn with some pretty good affixes on them. So, and blue items in this game are even able to spawn stuff that rare items can't spawn. So, for example, if you're looking for an item that increases magic find, your best bet is to go with a blue item compared to a rare item. But I'll go, when we find stuff with different affixes and suffixes, I'll go through and tell you which ones are good, which ones are not worthwhile. Okay, we're level 6, so let's get a holy fire. Damage, if you see our damage is doubled. So not only that, there's also a pulsing fire damage that goes around to things around us. Let's pick this up. Okay, should be nearly done. The quest in here just to kill everything. It's an optional quest, however it provides a really good reward. That's the quest done. Let's save some gold and just start from the beginning. So the reward is 1 skill point, which is huge, and also you can set all of your skills and stats. So if you make a mistake, now that I've gotten the reward, you can reset your skills and points, and that could come in handy if you're changing your build later on, and that's what we're going to do, because holy fire is going to fade out a bit. So let's sell these throwing knives for 720 each. I'm not going to worry about identifying that because it's not worth much. Let's get a tome for each. Let's identify that. Fast attack speed, fast attack speed. Do you know what? It might. Same difference. Let's just stick with the scepter. Identify the charm. 20 stamina. We'll keep that just for a few levels. It's almost a 20% increase in the base stamina we have. Later on that will be absolutely useless. If we need the money, we can sell that. Yeah, almost 1400 for that amulet, and it didn't do anything. So now we want to buy a scepter that's got 2 to Holy Fire or 3 to Holy Fire. So if you ever see one, just pick it up. First quest complete. Let's talk to Chassis and get a belt. Let's just get the cheapest one to do. I want to shop for a helm at the moment with 2 sockets. So by leaving town and coming back to town, you reset the shop. That also works for Kara and Scepters. But while I'm here, I'll just check her.
What can I do for you?
There we go. 2. I like to avoid superior items just because they cost a lot more to repair. There's no, oh, here you go, superior boots. So as you can see, it doesn't really provide anything of value, but it just costs way more to repair. Not that important this early in the game because you don't even care about repairing. But we've got the helm. Let's put Topaz in the helm, and that's a 9% chance to get magical item. So the way that works is anytime an item drops, so say I kill something and it drops a short sword, that normally would drop as a white item, just a base item, or like, let's go this buckler. So that buckler dropped, it was white. Magic Find has increased my odds of it changing to blue. So the magic changing it to rare, which is yellow, and changing it to set or gold. Set being green and gold being unique. It's got a... there is a bit of diminishing returns with Magic Find, but the Magic Find you get at the start, like the first, let's say 100%, is the most beneficial, and then it slowly tapers off, but it's still pretty beneficial even all the way up to about 500%. But even with just running like 40 Magic Find or something, that 40% Magic Find is still you know, pretty good, and you're going to notice a significant increase in set items or uniques and rares that drop. Check this house for a super chest. There's no super chest. Okay, so not sure if this is a stony field or... Yep, okay. So we missed out on going to do the other optional quest, which is the Blood Raven. There's no need to do that quest whatsoever. Let's increase... put a point in Holy Fire. So 4 in Holy Fire. Sorry, 4 in Resist Fire and 2 in Holy Fire. And everything in Vitality so far. So these stones here always have that super unique, that little blue recognition. Let's try and get this buckler. So recognition can be a little bit dangerous because it's a lightning enchanted, so it hits you with lightning bolts. And you'll find that these stones are always located nearby the pathway. So if you just travel near the pathway, you'll find those stones, and they are for the quest to save Deckard Cain. And just going back onto oh, here's a super chest. So see how many items came out of that chest. That's just to that, yeah, that just indicates that it's a super chest. I can't really tell you how I know it's a super chest, but I just know that a few areas have specific chests. So if you that will always sell for 1 gold, so it's not worth identifying. For a buckler, if it has a poor mod on it, it could sell for like 60 gold. But if it has a great mod, like for deflecting, it could sell for over 800. So it's kind of a gamble for identifying it. So for yeah, so it sells for 48. I paid 80 gold to identify that, so I just lost money trying to identify that. But it's a gamble. Early in the game is money matters. Later on in the game, it doesn't mean much. It's actually a half decent jewel. I'll keep it around, but I doubt I'll use it. Turn attack rating 1 light radius. Look, I've got nothing else, I may as well use it. Okay, I'll sell that charm. No use for me now. So let's check for a weapon. No weapon. Okay. Alright, so you may have noticed that Rakanishnu and the waypoint were right next to each other, and Rakanishnu is really good for farming experience. So we'll get to level 12 really fast. We can also get just a regular belt. That will give us 4 more potion slots. So that's a good upgrade. Yeah, so we'll farm Rakanishnu. We'll get to level 12 around, and then we'll move on with the game. I want to show you that super chest. So we'll get a key. Show you how many items can come out of that super chest. Hopefully, now we're hoping for like a charm or something to come out of this. Look, because the player count was changed from players 3 to players 8, that's why there's so many more items that dropped. So we've got a super chest, and we've got Rakanishnu right by the waypoint. It's pretty good RNG. And that's players 8, so this is a little bit more dangerous, but just watch how much experience is going up at the moment. Let's get another point of Holy Fire. Let's get this gold cap. Alright. And let's just rinse and repeat this a few times. So, the Bloodraven quest is just no point to do because the reward is just so yeah, waste of money. Yeah, it's something, but still nothing. The reward is just a mercenary, but you can hire a mercenary if you get to the certain level. So 3 from 3, every single buckler has been a waste. That will be a waste, that will be a waste. Okay. So, okay, well that was a worthwhile identifying. We'll go over what stats this has, so you kind of have an idea on what's useful and what's not. So 10% chance to cast a level 3 charge bolt when struck. That means anytime you get hit by via a physical hit, so either a bow or someone whacking you, 10% chance to hit them back with the spell. That's actually pretty decent at this level, but later on that's nothing. It's not going to do any damage. It's pretty useless. So at this point now, it's a decent mod. Anything hits you, it's probably going to kill itself. Later on in the game, almost useless, redundant, and a waste of an affix. 10% faster hit recovery. So what's faster hit recovery? So when you get hit, if that hit deals enough damage to you, it will put you in a state of hit recovery. I think it's about 30%. So if something takes out, like, let's say 40 HP of mine, my Paladin's going to stutter and try and recover from that hit. And those frames to recover is what hit recovery is. So a 10% chance, 10% faster. If that gets you to the next breakpoint, then it will reduce the amount of frames it takes to recover. For a Paladin, it's not too helpful because it's not too important at the moment because you've got so much HP, no one's hitting you for that much, so you're not even going to notice hit recovery. Later on, when stuff is hitting you for a lot of damage, yeah, it's important. But some items later on in the game, especially like the Spirit Shield, comes with like 50% hit recovery, so that will cover the frames you need. So this is a very good modifier for someone with low HP, like a sorceress or a druid or a necromancer who only gets about 2 HP per vitality. If I was playing the sorceress right now at the same level, I'll have half the health, so it'll be a lot easier for her to get put into hit recovery. So hit recovery is quite beneficial for those lower health classes. The enhanced defense, 14% enhanced defense is just increasing the defense of this particular item. I've got a standard one here which has 11, so wow, whoop-de-doo, 2 extra defense, and that probably could have even just been just the normal defense roll, so that 14% enhanced defense could have even done nothing or given a 1 bonus defense or something. No difference whatsoever. That's another wasted roll. 5% fire resist and 5% poison resist is actually not too bad. So resistances are the main important thing to stack on a character. And repairs durability, it saves you a little bit of golden repair, and it's useful for items that spawn as ethereal that can't be repaired. It gives them a chance to be used. I have no need for this item, so I'll just get rid of it. So you might notice me not ever bother picking up rares, just because, as you can see, it has a few useful mods on it, but this grey one with 18% is just so superior in terms of what it will get me in the game. Oh, so we've got a boss pack here. We want to focus on taking boss packs because of the huge increase in experience provided from them. I can't remember if it's 500%, so 5 times more experience, and then champions are around 350%. But either way, most times you're going to want to focus on taking down those boss packs. You can tell a boss pack because it says their name, and they've got like a modifier, and then all of the minions, as you can see there under their name, the minions also are part of that boss pack, and they also provide the same bonus to experience. So it's worthwhile taking all of the minions out with the boss as well, if you can. That one might spawn with decent stuff on it because it could be useful. It's enough for now. Try it again. Already level 9. And I'd probably already be level 12 if I wasn't explaining that helm. Nothing on the one, okay. Sell. There, 4 out of 4, no luck on repairing bucklers. Alright, 10% chance to cast Charge Bolt. It's fine for now. I guess you'll see it. Let's check for a weapon. We're looking for Holy Fire. No luck. So now that I'm level 9, I can go and get myself a mercenary. So, which makes that first quest of rescuing Blood Raven just to be a waste of time. Do this a few times. I'm not really sure if I'm getting the point across on how awesome this experience is for such little effort. Lightning resist 10%. That's actually pretty handy. Javelin will always sell for 1 if it's ethereal. But we're pretty good for gold now. 7% fire. Yeah. I might just use that for the moment because it's got faster attack speed. Holy fire, okay. Might purchase that. 2 to holy fire. Ooh. 7,000 more gold, can't afford that one. Alright, we'll have to get this one. 2,000 gold. You can go. And you can go. You can go. Still short. How short am I? It's 13,000-ish. Ah, alright. There we go. So, because it's got 2 points to Holy Fire, 40 to 90 damage with this, take it off. 34 to, no, 23 to 57. So at the moment, that's like almost a double in damage. Oh, 2 points. Wow, leveled so fast I didn't even put points in. So now, that's just from the last time, it's 4 more points. 4 more points into Holy Fire, so the damage is just a lot stronger than the last time. If you don't have a super chest like that, it's no big deal. You're just not going to find a few of these items and not going to get the same amount of money. Just another point there. Okay. Do a quick run. Actually, I will be a bit of a tight person and just store these for later, and I'll let my mate Deckard Kane identify them later. It's an unusually small drop from a super chest. Super chests have like this specific combination of items that will drop. And they play a more of a role later in the game when they can drop some high runes. People specifically just farm super chests. One more run, I think that will be enough. Level 12 and then we can move on. I'll do the same and just drop these items in there. Another small drop from a super chest.
Maybe a collar to spell the
So for a physical attacking character, you're at a very big disadvantage compared to spellcasters. And that just has to do with the formula that's that determines your chance to hit. At the moment I have 95% chance to hit, which is the maximum. And that will probably stay as is for a while. And for this first act, because now already level 12, such a high level, I'll drop the players count down to players 1. We're not going to get much experience, so we'll just move on. Point into Holy Fire. Okay, now the task is to go through the underground passage to get to the Darkwood. So now that we're on players 1, there's like no HP, and you're just going to start seeing everything die, because by walking around we pulse 19 to 64 damage, and if you remember at the start, our hits were doing like 8 to 9 damage and killing things. So this pulsing damage will fizzle out later on in the game, but for the moment I'm just getting 0.5% or 1% of XP per kill by doing nothing. Here's a boss pack, so stop to kill that. I went the wrong way. Okay, so level 2 you'll always find a boss pack in here, so if you come here you may as well just take out the boss pack for the experience. If you're like already level 12, then you're not going to get anything, but if you skipped on, then you can just turn around and go the other way. But level 2 always has that super chest, and always has a boss pack. That's all there is in level 2, there's no other way. So now we just try to find the exit to here. So going back to what I was talking about with the disadvantage that physical attackers have, all there's no such thing as spell hit in this game. All spells just hit all the time. The way they balance that is by adding immunities. So later on in the game there'll be stuff that's like immune to certain elements like fire or lightning or cold. So if you're a spellcaster, you literally can't do damage to them. So that's how they balanced it. So you either have to skip attacking them, or you have to split your proficiency into another skill. So if you're playing a sorceress, you need to be able to deal with like 2 elements like fire, lightning, and fire, cold. Okay, that's following that path will get you to the next area, but we want to save Decacane. So we'll stick in the Darkwood and we'll find the tree. Just use stamina potions just to keep running. If you find the waypoint, grab the waypoint. If you don't, no big deal. Okay, we'll grab a Taj because, hey, that's pretty good. So look, I can chuck this into my shield and get 12% cold resistance. You know, that's not too bad. Or because I don't really care about the damage at the moment, just leave it and save it for later. I'm not sure if I'll end up finding another shield that will have some sockets on it and some resistances, but so it might be a worthwhile item to save. Small shield, that might sell for a bit, so let's make some space.
This tree bristles with magic.
since we haven't found the waypoint, we'll just continue on to the next area and find the waypoint in the next area. So yeah, with the formula for physical hits, it's really based on your attack rating and your level. So you could have all the attack rating in the world, but if your level is low, that's just really gonna hurt your hurt yourself in the formula, and therefore you're not going to be able to hit. So you just spend your time whacking away with your weapon, and you just never land a hit. So that's the biggest issue that you will notice with physical attacking characters in this game. So leveling up actually does help you in that aspect. And the only downside to leveling is it's just the time investment. So if you've got all the time in the world, then go ahead and level up and you'll have an easier time. But if you want to move on to higher areas or magic find higher level areas or do something else, then you want to get through it as quickly as possible. Here's the waypoint. We'll talk to Akara to get her to decipher that scroll. Let's head back to actually let's just do a third round of, well, let's just do another round of recognition because we're going there. So we'll save Deckard Cain. This will give us another level. So open this so you can see the order. You don't really have to, but just go ahead, press the stones in order. Guitars barely ever sell for anything. 2 to static fill on a short stun, that's pretty good. That will sell for like 4,000 gold or something. Save Cain. Take out champions or the boss packs in here. Get the Taj. The boss pack. You can avoid taking out Griswold because he does curse you and he does deal a bit of damage to you. And this is in player's 8, so he's just got a ton of health. But we're really strong, so let's take him out. Alright, that'll do for here. So now free identifying for life. And our reward is a ring. Let's make some space. Faster block rate, bunch of resistance on it. Attacker takes damage. So that's perfect. That will last us pretty much the majority of normal. Come back to this one later. Poison length reduced by 25. May as well. To sell those items quickly, you just hold down the control key and then just click on the item, and that will sell it quickly. Let's go to 30 strength. And another point in Holy Fire.
Good day.
Oh. They just identified like 10 items, that's like 800 gold. Want energy, gold, useless. Ooh, That's a decent one. Oh no, we'll go for that one. 10% chance to cast level 3 charge belt. So now I've got 2 stacks of it. And if I kept the helm from before, I'd have 3. The reason why I didn't keep the other helm is because I wanted the magic find, and that's probably why I did end up finding this rare one. So as you can see, having this has already resulted in finding, well, and this as well. So as you can tell, it's very powerful to have this magic find set up. Life, great. Mana, don't need it at the moment, handy later. And cold and fire resistances, it's pretty good. This one, 10% faster cast rate. That works very similar to a faster hit recovery, so it's frame based as well. Store the rejuve potions for later. So 10% will already get you to the next break point for spell casting, so that's why it's handy to keep it when we become a spellcaster later on. Let's set it back down to players 1. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Let's go into Black Marsh and do the tower. Unfortunately, this isn't the greatest runs to the tower. There's just no shrines on the way, so I'm not going to get any experience shrines. There is that one boss pack, but yeah, other than that, it's just a run for nothing. So we're going to spend a little bit of time in this tower because the Countess up on level 5, well, down on level 5, or up, not, I think it's down. She gives you runes, so she's got this special drop that she always drops, or almost always drops a rune, or multiple runes. And you want to do this farming on just players 1, because if you increase the players count, she's actually going to drop less runes because she'll be dropping more item drops, because she's got 2 different drops she does. She's got a standard monster drop that every monster has, and then she's got her own rune drop, and that rune drop so she's the only character, or the only thing in the whole game that, being on a high difficulty, adjusts that. So for her, we'll stay on players 1. We can do levels 1 and 1 through to 4 on a higher player count, but I really can't be bothered killing anything, so I'll just let my pulse take care of everything. And just by running through, I'll just gain experience that way. So level 5, come in here, take her out. Talon Rail, not bad. Good size. Let's come back and do it again. All we need is an Eth rune, and then we can move on. Typically the Eth rune is the more difficult one to get. The Tau one is her most common one. The Rao rune is actually a good rune to get. 7 cold resist, that's beautiful. 7% resistance on a charm. Like, I think at this level 7% is the highest you can get, and I'll be keeping that for the whole game, including hell. I won't find anything as good as that. If I do, I might get 10% or 11%, but that won't be until, you know, Nightmare or something. So I'm just hovering over to see if they're boss and minion packs. Here we go, champions. See, Spike Club. I'm getting these yellows just because of the magic find I have. It is nice that there is a weapon rack and armor rack on the way. Holy. And the way those racks work is based on the map seed, so it's tied to the map, and you will pretty much reliably drop the same items all the time, and the items that spawns depends on what monsters are nearby and what direction you enter that area. So if I was to enter from the right hand side and click that weapon rack, the item that will give me will be different to when I enter from that same path all the time. And if there's different monsters that spawn next to it, then that could also affect what item drops. And so we've got a Bardiche from this one, and next time we come in here, it could be a completely different item. But there'll be like, because there's only a certain specific amount of monsters in here, then there's only really a certain specific amount of items that will drop. That's probably getting a little bit too technical, but item racks are pretty good tools into finding items, because on offline you pretty much have the same seed, so you can reliably set up a rack to give you the same type of item each time. Another Tau rune. Try it again. We're after that Eth rune.
Good to see you.
So I'll probably hold on to that because it might sell for over 5,000, which is the limit for Act 1. I'll sell it in Act 2 for some more money. 10 to life, 6 defense on this is absolutely useless. 10 to life on a charm that big is just not worth it. Maybe try luck and find 3 to Holy Fire. Unlikely. Oh, wow. 3 to Holy Fire. 16,000. That's worth it. I'll sell that in the next act as well. Recoup my money. Just to show you how much damage difference. 112, 50 to 112. 122 to 207. That's almost a double in power. And +3 is the most you can get on an item without any other mods on it. So basically that's the jackpot, and I'd say that's the item I'm just going to use until I become a spellcaster. So we're going to enter the same way before, and if there's no monsters nearby, we should get another scepter. Okay, now we've got monsters, but these goatmen were here before. Scepter again, so as you can see, we're constantly getting scepters off this rack. And that's not too bad, because when it comes with skills on them, they sell for a lot of money. And there is also a chance to get the unique scepter, which is, what is it, Nell Striker, I think. treasure class 3 item, and it's quite rare. If my memory serves right, it's got resistance on it and crushing blow. So even being a low level item, it's actually a usable item for even boss killing and stuff like that. But it's so rare, most people would play this game and never actually find it. But because it's dropping off that weapon rack, it might actually drop. Treasure class 3 items pretty much mostly drop in just Act 1. And like once you go into Act 2, the odds of you finding a treasure class 3 item are like next to nothing. You might get one off Diablo or Mephisto or something like that, but yeah, generally you find them in Act 1 or you don't find them at all. The Cow King as well has a good chance of dropping TC3 items. Alright, got an L rune. L rune, even though it's the first rune, is actually one of the rarer runes that the Countess drops. So if you're trying to make a steel rune word, it can actually be quite difficult to get that L rune off her. 10% the charge belt. You can just keep racking up the charge belt. I just don't need these potions. Let's just get rid of them. Like nothing is hitting us. I guess I can just put that in here. Let's get another 9%. Oh, now shiny gold. Don't need to check for a weapon because we've got what we need. I think like level 15 and maybe 16. Bloody hell, I couldn't click that rock. You probably want to move on from running the Countess. The experience you get just becomes next to nothing. Should we get another scepter? Yep. So if I wanted to, well, let's say I was Holy Grail farming and I really needed to get that scepter, that unique scepter, I would just literally be farming this tower cellar on repeat until I got the unique, because you can't gamble scepters, so the only way to get the unique version is by finding one. With all the other TC3 items, you can pretty much gamble them. So if you wanted like a gold dagger or you wanted Biggin's bonnet or something like that, you can just gamble them. Another chip. Let's put it in. So what's that? 36%. 36% chance of getting a magical item. I'll be pretty much using this armor until I get to level 17. As long as I find the that Eth rune I'm after. There we go, they're through. Alright, we can move on from here. That's good, that wasn't too many runs. Tal F. Okay. We'll save that, sell it later. Chip gems. Just never be ashamed to use your chip gems. Don't hoard them. They do end up becoming a little bit more difficult to find later because they start getting replaced with higher level gems. But just there's no point hoarding them unless you got a use for them. I can show you a trick later on to use them to get a lot more gold. So they're not really useful for selling, like for the 250 gold they give you, but they can be very useful to getting you a lot of gold. Alright, so now we're moving on. We want to follow the path. This direction down here will be the next area. And since I went the other way, I came this way just to kill whatever is nearby. I might put the players count up. Put it up 1 difficulty because everything's dying. If everything still keeps dying, I'll put it up another difficulty. Oh, want to get that rondash. Oh, see? 9 resistor, 2 sockets. This one's got 6. 40% chance to block, the 45. So this rondash is just way better than that Taj. But if I want, I can chuck in the 2 chipped diamonds into this and then use it. And that will give me solid resistances, but we got this rare one. The whole point of keeping this 2 socket one is because I can make the rhyme runewood in it, and that rhyme runewood, it's very unlikely I'll make it in normal. I did actually do a run recently where I found a shale rune in normal, which is actually super uncommon. But yeah, so I had a rhyme rune in normal, but normally you pick up the shell rune on night encounters runs. And that's when, that's when that shield will come into play. And the rhyme rune word gives you 25 resist all, plus it gives you cannot be frozen, which is a huge modifier. Like, it's one of the best things that you're after as a physical attacker. And it also has magic find on it too. This is a quest. So we take out the smith, take the malice, give that to Chassis. So yeah, so it's got magic find on it, cannot be frozen, and 25 resist all, and it's got like increased chance to block. So it's got this blocking, faster block rate, chance to block. So the rhyme shield is like really good. If we found a 3 socket shield, then in that case we would make Ancient's Pledge, which is just like 40 something resist all. So with the base of 9 plus the 45-ish, then yeah, you're nearly like 50 something resistance, or over 50 something, but like 55. There's no point to go into town because I'm just not really picking up much that's valuable. I don't need to shop for anything, so I'll just move on. Normally, you'd want to avoid these cold enchanted bosses because look how slow I'm going right now, and that's why the rhyme shield is so good. Cannot be frozen. You don't deal with that. Oh, I'm out of stamina potions. That's a shame. I have to walk. So just going through the jail right now. We're looking for jail level 3, then the cloister. I think that was Pit Spawn, I think his name was. That's a super unique. I don't think I discussed super uniques. Like I did talk about recognition and we farmed him all over and over again, but so you got unique monsters, which are just the standard boss packs, which is just the random generated names. And then you've got the super uniques. The super uniques always are in the same location. They always have the same name. They always drop 2 items. So yeah, that's the difference between a unique and a super unique. So Pindle in Act 5, he's always at that same spot, right next to that red portal. There's Recognition, who's always by the canstones. You've got Corpse Fire, who's always in the Den of Evil. So if I was in Hell, I would most likely avoid something with that aura. Conviction aura is really dangerous to deal with. In normal, I don't care, so I'll continue on. I might go to town just so I can get some stamina potions. After all that, didn't get any potions. It's more than enough. Talk to Chassi and hand her malice. So she can let you imbue something to make it rare. It changes based on your character level. So the higher level you are, the better modifiers that rare item's going to get. So a lot of people save it and never end up using it. But don't be ashamed to use it. Just go ahead and use it if you are weak in a particular point. So for example, this belt, I may as well just do it so I can show you. Level 15, it's not going to give me anything useful, it's going to be useless. 16 lightning res, 10 faster hit recovery, 4 life, 4 mana. That's actually way better than I was expecting. So I'll take that. 16 resistance and 10 faster hit recovery. I probably won't find something that matches that until I get to like Act 5 or Act 4 maybe. Let's continue. Another super unique is in here, but he's always cold enchanted, so a lot of people skip him. But because we're playing a Paladin and we're broken, we can just go and crush his skull, Bone Ash. There you go. And now and that's the reason why people skip him. I remember when I first was playing this game, like 20 years ago, I would just farm him over and over again. I don't know why. He never really gave me anything good. It's actually crazy how much resistances we have this early on in the game. Maximum is 75. We've already got 44 lightning resistance. You can get higher than 75 if you've got items that increase your maximum resistance, but they're few and far between. I think the Paladin is a little different in that aspect. Points into resist fire, resist cold, and resist lightning. 2 points in each one will give you a bonus 1% to maximum. I don't actually think it says it. Oh no, it does say it. So the passive, so right down the bottom, where you get maximum fire resist plus 2% passive. So even if you're not using this aura, you still get that as a passive bonus. If you were using the aura, then you get the 4% to your maximum resistance. So 28, if I chuck on the aura, 79. So there you go, got 4 plus 75 plus the 4. Yeah, so if you get to a point where you're spent all of your points as a paladin, which actually does happen with some builds, you can pop in your extra points to the resist element stuff. And the main elements you want to resist are fire and lightning. You can get away with not having cold and poison resist a lot. It's a lot more forgiving, especially poison, because that damage isn't instant. It's over time. All poison damage is basically over time. So level 2, we're looking for the waypoint on this floor and the stairs downstairs. Andariel on normal you can farm for a few times if you like. Typically for this class, almost like there is no need to farm her. Maybe you can end up finding like some boots with some faster run walk, but other than that, there's not too much to get from her. Alright, there's the stairs. I'll go back and find the waypoint. I'll drop a portal there just so I can come back here later through the waypoint. 6 to life. I think that other charm I had earlier was 10 to life for a great charm, for a grand charm. 6 to life is still pretty low, but at the moment I'll hang around to it. That's stamina potion. Bloody hell, what is this map? Wow, so if you had a map like this, you would not want to run Andariel. You have to run the whole entire map. That's awful. This game's all about efficiency. You know, you want to spend your time doing something that's getting you something for your return. If you're spending half your time, 6%, I'll take that. If you spend half your time running around and you're not actually killing anything, well, this particular class is a little different because we are actually killing stuff, but most other classes do not. Alright, so second last floor, just find the floor downstairs. Damn, while I was in town I should have bought some potions. So with cold and poison resist, you can actually cheese it by getting a bonus to 50 resistances by either drinking an antidote or a thawing potion. So if you use an antidote for 30 seconds, you'll increase your poison res for 30 seconds, and that stacks. So you drink 10 of them, and you've got 50 resistance to poison for what is it, 3 minutes. If my math is right, which I don't think it is actually. I'll just buy a few to show you. So I got 17 resistance. I just drink them. 67. What I drank 6, so it's like is that 3 minutes? Alright, Dendario's got a weakness to fire. Oh. So she was no challenge at all. One thing with Dendario, you're probably better off, if you pick up all the items straight away, you're fine. Otherwise, you want to move away because there's a portal that spawns, and then you'll struggle to pick up those items. And let's go to Act 2.
Hello.
Poor Bloodraven, she got missed out. The Bloodraven was actually the playable character from Diablo 1. Useless. 5 lightning resist. No thank you. And only 2 belt slots. Okay. Let's pick up a mercenary. We don't really need it, but some people playing the game a little slower might like it. Let's just go with Hassine. Hassine's got prayer, so that will help him a little bit to stay alive a little longer. Not by much. If he wants to die, he'll definitely figure out a way to die. Would have liked a scythe for him, but what do we have? I don't think he's got 50 dex. He's one short. Sell those. Oh. I'll keep that for later. Alright, let's just give him this weapon.
I'll put that to good use.
Let's check out our buddy over here. See if he's got any decent items. Nothing. If I'm basically just looking for if the item's got a different color. If they're blue or something, then you might have like a Nova on it or something. A chance to cast Nova when you're hit, which is actually pretty decent. Or if it's got like a goldish color, then it's got like an increased chance for finding magical items or gold finding. We'll go do the first quest, which is killing Rudamant in the sewers. In probably 9 times out of 10, using this entrance will get you to the level 2 quicker. And let's give our mercenary an item or an armor. So mercenaries don't use durability, so you can give them an item that, here's the stairs, so that's why this entrance is better. Yeah, they don't use durability, so you can give them ethereal items. So like this armor, if I put that on him, he'll never break. and that basically just becomes the most optimal thing to give him. It would be a ethereal item. Ethereal items spawn a lot less frequent, so they're a bit more difficult to come by. Sometimes you want something to be ethereal, and other times you absolutely do not. Yeah. No. I think my 7% is better than that. The other ones don't really provide me too much, and at the moment I'm getting hit by fire, so... To heal your mercenary, you can just press shift and then just your standard key binding for your potion. So if I want to give him this potion here, I just press shift and then 2. I've got 2 skill points that I haven't put in. So I'm making this much more difficult than it needs to be. I'll put the difficulty up a little bit, and that will increase the chances of them dropping items. So most monsters in this game, that when they die, they have a chance of dropping something. If the play count is set to 8, then most likely, most of the time, they'll drop something. If the play count is lower, then there'll be a less chance of them dropping something. It's actually in reverse. It's like the chance of them failing to drop something is increased. So, not that matters. Once we get to level 17, which is in a smidge, we go to town and make the rune word. Is the waypoint. So the stairs should be maybe to the left. There we go. All of the guys in here are just have a bit more base resistance to fire, so my holy fire is just going to do a little bit less damage to them. Alright, we're level 17. May as well just deal with Rudderman and get the rune wood when we're in town next. And I guess we've also got the skill shrine, so it's a big boost in damage. Your mercenary doesn't get the bonus from your holy fire. Only you get that bonus damage. Get the rejuve potion. Rejuve potions at the beginning, you know, they're not that different. They're not that useful because it's the standard potion will heal you, but later on, when you take a lot of damage in a real short amount of time, having that instant health recovery is actually quite good. And if you're playing hardcore, then you pretty much always want to keep them on your belt as just a emergency. You don't want to just be caught out by not having them, so for a hardcore player, always keep them on your belt. Otherwise, just store them for later on in the game when, yeah, they're more dangerous. Okay, there's Rudiment. And the only reason we kill him, Book of Skill to get an extra skill point. Let's just go resist fire. I'm happy with that. That's not going to sell for much. This will. And another reward you get is a decrease in vendor prices in the in town. So now you get discounts. Okay. 20, nothing. 15%, that's fantastic. Give that to our mercenary.
I'll put that to good use.
I might give that 41, yeah, I think let's give that to him. That's a good upgrade. It's 5% to cast Frost Nova, and because he's a melee mercenary, he's going to be in the thick of it a lot of the time. So that will actually proc a fair bit. You don't really get it for the damage. In Act 2 it's actually going to do some damage on lower play settings. But yeah, you just get it for that slow effect. It's just actually very very beneficial into keeping you alive, because it, like when they're slowed by Frost Nova, it really hampers just their ability to move and attack you. And later on, when you're getting hit so frequently, yeah, it's really good. I'm just looking for a socketed armor. Looking for a breastplate because there's no penalty in using the breastplate. So if I was to pick any of these other armors, so for this one here, that's just gonna drain let's just stack the magic find. Yeah, so it's gonna drain your stamina a lot quicker, and you also get a movement speed reduction. So heavy items, there's like medium heavy, and then there's like even heavier. So the large shield is a heavy item, and these are like medium. Whereas the kite shield, I think the kite shield is medium, whereas the large shield is a heavy item. So you get like a little bit of reduction with the kite shield, and then even more reduction with the large shield. So just leave town, come back to town, and we'll get ourselves a breastplate. There's not even one here. I may as well check for a weapon as well for our buddy. Nothing. My cat's just been crying at the door just to let him in. It comes in here, doesn't want a piece of me. Sorry about that. Okay. Okay, he's on my lap. And he'll get bored in a few minutes. Now you could just get an armor from chassis, but the look of this is just far superior. And that's the only reason I spend the extra few minutes to farm it. So Tal rune and Eth rune, and we've got stealth with no penalty to wearing a heavy armor. This is classified still as a light armor. 25% faster run walk, so it's immediate. Like you can see how much faster I run. That's a defensive, offensive. It's just really good. I'll give this to my mercenary because he can get some more magic find. It's got 25% faster cast rate, so at the moment it doesn't really affect us because we're not casting any spells, but I think that's at least one breakpoint, and I think if you get a ring like this ring here, I think if we do that, I think that gives us 2 breakpoints. So it actually increases our cast speed by a significant amount. We've got 25% faster hit recovery, or talked with that before. So we've got the 10 on the belt and the 25 on the chest. I'll just go to so you just go to Google and you just type Diablo II faster hit recovery or FHR breakpoints, and then you just click on the first link and then you just check your class. So playing a Paladin, so standard is 9 frames at 0%. The first breakpoint is 7%, so that takes us to 8 frames, and then 15% is the next breakpoint, and then it's 27%, and that's so 27% with 6 frames. So 25% from this and 10% from the belt. That gets us like 4 breakpoints, so 4 frames better in terms of hit recovery. So that's perfect. That's more than enough. Like we're not even going to notice if we get hit and put into hit recovery with this class. We're going to get moving real quick. And it's the same thing happens with faster cast rate. So for the Paladin, you just check the same table. Where are you, Paladin? So 15% is actually the, oh no, sorry, 9% is the first breakpoint, and then 18%, and then 30%. So we want to get to 30% to get 3, to get into that third breakpoint area. So you get 25 from this chest alone, plus the ring, as I said. Yeah, that already gives us that pretty good increase to our cast speed. The chest alone takes care of yeah, it takes care of the first 2 already. It gets us, because the first 2, the first one's 9% and then 18%. So the chest alone gets us 2 faster breakpoints in terms of casting speed, which is huge. And I can show you what that looks like later when we start throwing hammers around. 6 to dexterity. That actually might come into play with some classes, like your Amazon or something like that. For this class, it increases your chance to block. That's what you use dexterity for. So we have a 17% chance to block. Take the armor off. Chance to block 8%. Wow, that's actually way bigger than I thought. So there you go. So the 6 dexterity gives us an extra 9% chance to block. That also changes based on your level and monster level and whatever, but yeah. Regenerate mana doesn't do anything. 15 to maximum stamina, it's fine, whatever. 30 to poison resist. Look, poison resistance isn't that important, but look, it's literally better than nothing. And magic damage reduced by 3. It's probably an underrated modifier. So, say you get hit by a little firebolt or something, and that was supposed to do 8 damage to you. After all the damage is calculated, it reduces it by 3, so you only take 5 damage. And if you're getting hit by 100 fireballs, you know, that's 300 health of damage that you never took. I've got 300 health, so you know it does actually stack up quite a bit, and it helps for those lower damage hits that are more frequent. So yeah, the stealth, I'm probably going to use this definitely for all of normal, most likely all of nightmare, maybe hell, depends if I get lucky with making a smoke. Otherwise this is probably going to be my armor for the rest of the game. And that's that description. Alright, let's continue on. I think I'm still on players 3. Yeah, we can stay on players 3. These dudes give decent experience, and they also do a bit of damage with their lightning bolts, but you've got a bit of resistances, so yeah. This is exactly what's playing the Golden Child. This class is just so favorited. It's just got so many strong builds. Like even its physical build is actually pretty decent as well. Like this class does it all. If you want a physical character, if you want a spellcaster, and it's got 2 different spellcasting like viable spellcasting trees that you can go down, or builds I should say. You got a few different types of like physical, like I don't know, like it's hard to classify. This is kind of like a hybrid physical caster, because well no, I guess it will be more of a physical build because you do need to land the hits. But the damage you're dealing isn't actual physical damage, it's elemental damage. So dry heals, we're looking for, well, the waypoints are nice, but we're looking for I can't remember what it's called now, the Halls of the Dead. So we can get the Heroic Cube. And we're also looking for the next area, the Fire Oasis. So the way the maps work out here in the deserts, just think of it as a giant rectangle, and on each corner of the rectangle you'll have the next area. So as you can see, this here is the rectangle or square. So on one of the 4 corners is where you'll find it. So this whole zone, all down here, all over here, is all one zone, and then this is one corner, and that's the other corner. And then you've got the corner over here and corner over there. You could have it where the exit is on this side, or you have it over on this side. So you can actually come through and then exit immediately, where you find that sometimes. And then yeah, you've got these little divots, like where it just takes you in, but just still think of it as a giant rectangle, and with some set parts of the rectangle not accessible. Well, I've already found the next area, so I don't really need to find the exit. So I just really need to find the Halls of the Dead. Looks like it's down on the lower floor. That's a shame. Oh, that was a rune drop. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's pretty close to the waypoint. I'll just go in. Oh, actually, why don't I give that to...
Put that to good use.
Alright. There is a waypoint on this floor, but there's like zero need to ever get it. So just go look for the next level. It might be getting to a point where I drop the difficulty so I can just one-shot everything. With my Holy Fire pulses. Alright, here we go. There's the Logic Cube, the quest item. This blue dude here is a super unique as well, so he'll always drop the two items, and he will always be where the Logic Cube is.
Blessings to you.
One to max damage, that's pointless. Right. You can use the cube as additional storage. And it's also used for making some transmutes. Like I can put these three in the cube, transmute, and then it'll give me a flawed diamond instead. Or, you know, two quivers of bolts, and I'll get a quiver of arrows, or two quivers of arrows, and I get a quiver of bolts. You can make rejuve potions in there. You can put in a blue item with 3 chip gems, and it'll socket it and re-roll the item, and that's how you end up using your chip gems to make money. So you go buy like a cheap item from the vendor that sells it, like, I don't know, it's got like 1 to 2 fire damage, and you buy it for like 100 gold or something, and then you roll it in the cube, and then it gets all of the class skills on it, you know, like +3 to teleport, or, you know, +2 holy fire and thorns aura or whatever, and then it just sells for like max gold. So that's just a way of getting some money. Even though like money isn't hard to get in this game, if you're going for like speedrunning strategies or something like that, then money actually does become quite tight. For here, we're looking for the maggot lair, which is probably my least favorite place in the whole game. That was Beetle Burst. That was another super unique. He's decent to farm if you've got a waypoint near here. But, you know, we're doing pretty good for our level, so there's no need to continue our leveling. Alright, so nothing here. So because it's the rectangle, so the exit will be probably up here or up the top here. I don't have the waypoint yet, so I'll just keep running and I'll come back to here once I find a waypoint. Yep, alright, we'll just go into the next zone and find the waypoint in here. Lost City. Alright. It's gonna go dark. Oh, what a pain of a map. So because we didn't find the waypoint in the Fire Oasis, I'll have to find it here. I don't have to, but it just makes it... Oh, that's the next zone. So that's what we'll come back to later. Now all we need is just the waypoint. There is a super unique in the Lost City, the Dark Elder, some rogue zombie dude. Alright. That wasn't too bad. Now the maggot lair in normal is fine, no problem. When you get to hell, you have immune to physical, immune to lightning, and just these things are immune to physical, and it's such a pain to deal with some builds. You can't have any summons in here because the summon AI is just basically useless. So you just get trapped. So this is a horrible place for a summon necromancer. You're gonna want to get a staff of teleportation so you can get yourself around here. I genuinely don't like using the staff of teleportation. I feel like it kind of just ruins the experience of trying to get through the game with that build. So I pretty much don't do it unless it just really needs it. So it's like a really awful time in here without one. So you know, go ahead and get one. For a paladin, it's not too bad, except, you know, throwing hammers in here because you've got the walls right next to you. You've got no open space to hit them with your hammers, so it's a pain. Level 3 of the Maggot Lair in Hell is a 85 area, so that means any item in the game can drop in there, but I don't know anyone who is crazy enough to farm here. Like, even though any item can drop, your kill speed in here, because of just how the walls are, is just so slow. But, you know, technically you can get Tyrael's Might in here. And there is that super unique giant maggot thing. Maybe, you know, that actually super uniques have a set level, so I actually don't know what level that maggot thing is. It probably won't be high enough to drop all the items. That's pretty funny. Like the whole boss of the little boss of the area is lower level than everything else around it.
I am overburdened.
Just not having some good times with these maps. Let's try get this battle staff.
Can't carry anymore.
So I'm looking for staves, wands, things that have skills on them, class skills. Those items generally sell for quite a bit of gold. Rings, amulets, jewels. Actually, jewels don't sell for anything, but you pick up jewels just for the chance of finding it rolls something pretty good. Because there are some really good modifiers that can come on jewels. The only problem is the pool that it can pick from is so huge. The chances of you actually getting useful ones are pretty low. Just keep putting into that vitality.
I am overburdened.
So we're level 20, so that means we can go and finish normal, but we are nowhere near the ancients, so yeah. So that doesn't really matter. One thing to note with level is you do want to be level 25 before you get to Act 5. Because for some reason it's useless. Nothing on the wand, nothing. Alright, store junk. True to attack rating. Alright. To go into the next. Oh no, how to. Alright, so 2 to Fireball, 3 to Ice Bolt. Yeah, it should sell for like 5. Don't have 10,000. Right, sell that in the next act. Alright, next part, the snakes. A lot of the time, I'm picking to use a mercenary, not for the damage they deal, but just to have another meat shield around. I know that sounds cruel, but that's pretty much the reason why I keep them around. It just gives you just a little bit of a buffer, so like you kind of half the damage. They take half the damage, you take half the damage, and it just gets a little bit more manageable. There's a super unique in here. Where's the fang skin? The shoe item drops. Another scale mail. Should sell for a few thousand.
The light can never be extinguished by evil. Yes?
Okay. Alright, talk to Drognan. It's a step that's always forgotten when you get in rush through the game. Now we can go through the palace. So this palace has just a set map. It's pretty much the same all the time. There might be like doors different or whatever, but it's pretty much the same. And that includes the... Wow. How did I... Yeah, the map's the same all the time. Except for the time I come in here to show you. The waypoint is always in the same spot as well. But I don't see what the point of the waypoint is because it's right by the first entrance. Anyway. There's such a great soundtrack in here. And it's unfortunate because you never spend any time in here. So yeah, just run straight through. Yeah, there's just never a new point. It's not that, there is a bit of mob density in here and like some boss packs and stuff, but there's not much space to run around, so it's a little bit dangerous. There is also another super unique at that place. The infidel dude, the red one with the big two-handed thingies. I might drop the difficulty. Just save some time and just run through everything now. So everything can die quicker. Yeah, it seems to be more beneficial. For hell and stuff, the mercenary does come into play for the damage they do because of the immunities again. They provide that physical damage that you don't always have access to when you're playing spellcasters. So a couple of those chests at the end are super chests as well. Pretty good to farm in hell. You get chances at some decent runes. 9% extra gold is pretty useless. There is a point to stack gold find, but if you're doing it, you're going full in with like huge amounts, and then it becomes worthwhile. And then you farm areas that drop some good gold. But most of the time you don't really care about gold find. This is also another pretty tricky place on some classes in hell because those ghosts are immune to physical damage. Yeah, depending on your class, it might be tricky. Like, if you come in here as a Zeal Paladin, you're pretty stuffed if you don't have anything else to do elemental damage. So more super chests.
Good day.
Well, it can only be one of 4 ways, so I'm obviously going to find out on the 4th way which way it is. Like, well, on level 18 you get access to hammers, and they do good damage from that level, and you could also be using holy bolts as well, but like, I'm not really doing anything, I'm just running and everything's dying, so there's no real point to change over to hammers at this point, unless, well, at least we didn't 4th way. There's no point changing over to hammers because you go use all your mana potions to cast the stuff and worry about positioning and all of that. Whereas just through this part of the game, it's just a lot easier to play as Holy Fire. Alright, we've got circle. Well, my memory's fading right now. I think circle is to the left. Or is that the square? Nope. Square. So circle must be like top right then. Here's the star. And this is the double down arrow. Triangle. These are all in fixed position. This map is always the same. No, so we got just the circle. This is the circle with the U-shaped thing underneath it. Great, so I was right at the start, but I was too far up. Oh well. I think it does help having probably a post-it note with all of the symbols until you memorize where they all are. This is actually a half decent place to level up, because as I was saying earlier, because you want to get to that level 25 before you get into Act 5, because there is such a huge penalty to experience if you're below 25 that you actually almost get no experience. So if you're getting rushed through on the ladder or something, a lot of people come into these tombs to just clear them out because there's a lot of mob density in here. Stamina potions also stack, same as antidote potions and thorn potions. We'll actually use the thorn potions on Duriel. Doing pretty good in terms of experience and just killing everything. Like for a casual playthrough, you're just not going to match this speed going hammers, but unless you're doing speed running. And there's like not even been one point in the game so far where it's even been close to where I've been about to die. It's just... Alright, that map wasn't too bad. Definitely had worse. Let's go to town and get some thorium potions, just to make Duriel a lot easier. We can actually max out our cold res.
It is an honor to serve you.
Hello.
You can give some thorium potions to your buddy. Help him survive.
Thanks. 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 Greetings.
Bloody hell, doing pretty good on magic find, 65%. That's actually a pretty good amount. It's a good thing Duriel just drops Scrolls of Town Portal. So 77 cold resistance.
Thanks.
So without the coin potions on the mercenary, he would have been dead already. So when you first kill a boss, they drop a quest kill.
Impossible.
And every repeated time after that, they just drop their normal kill. So the first time you ever kill them is the time you have the highest chance of getting better drops from them. And Dariel is the only one that doesn't pay that doesn't count towards, and that's I'll sell that in the next act. And the reason why Andariel doesn't is just because of a bug in the original game, and they decided to not carry it forward, but they decided to like they fixed the bug, but instead of getting rid of her dropping extra items because of the bug being fixed, they just implemented it so she always drops her quest drop. So Blizzard actually being kind for once. And that makes sense because without it, you know, she would be pretty miserable to farm. So the way the bug used to work in LOD is you kill Andariel and then you just go to Act 2, and that was it. You've unlocked the bug. Let's just give that, there you go, boost of damage. But if you killed Andariel and then you logged out in Act 1, then you didn't unlock her quest kill. So they basically just said, alright, the bug's gone, Andariel always drops her quest kill drops. And that's why she's become one of the best places to farm when it's Terror Zone. The whole point you don't farm Andariel is because her monster level is too low to drop the higher item levels, but when it becomes a Terror Zone, that no longer becomes a thing, and you can actually get her to be high enough level to drop any item in the game, and because she has a quest drop, she pretty much drops everything with fantastic odds. So when it's a terror zone for Handarial, it's just pretty much the best time to be farming. We've got a Heroic Shield, Heraldic Shield. Yeah, it's no good. So that shield will also be one of the heavier ones, so I'll get a penalty to run speed. But you just have to deal with those penalty to run speeds when you're using those bigger shields, because the main thing you want to deal with is the main thing you want to find is something with high resistances on it. So the spider forest.
I need a key.
So the three forests are pretty much the same. They have 3 inlets at least. One inlet will have the waypoint. The other inlet will have a quest requirement, and the other inlet will have basically nothing. Except for the Great Marsh. The Great Marsh you can actually skip depending on the map spawn. And most of the time you prefer a Great Marsh skip. It just saves you so much time having to go through a whole extra zone. So we've got an inlet over here. I'm not sure if I missed any earlier, but whatever. Figure it out one. I don't know, some people seem to dislike the forest when they first start playing the game. It seems too much of a maze, but it's not too hard once you've done it for a while. So the spider cavern is the one with the quest, so we need to come in here and get the Kalim's body part. I can't remember which it was. The brain or heart. No, this is the eye. I got the jade figurine.
Perhaps I could trade this for something more valuable.
We can trade it for something more valuable. So there's Kalim's eye. This dude here is actually insane. So be very careful,
Thanks.
because that curse and extra strong will kill you. So quest done. So now we can just move on. I don't really care too much about finding the waypoint. It'd be nice if I just run up and then I find the Flayer jungle. This jungle here is actually, like, the Flayer jungle is great for experience just because of the mob density. No. Already out of stamina potions again. These things suck stamina. It's a pain. Oh god. Well, that's a shame. There's a giant dead end. So, as I said, one of the inlets has the quest, one has the waypoint, and one is a waste, and that one was the waste. You can kind of tell of the inlets because of these, like, pillar things. Mask. And this is because of our 65% MF. We're just getting just higher chances at getting better rolls on items. This can be a tricky area in Hell because of the huge amount of monsters. And they can all have different resistances. It could be hard to deal with all of them. You just get surrounded and killed pretty quick. Like if you're playing a Javazon with and you only pretty much deal lightning damage and they're immune to lightning, it just becomes real tough. So, because the Flayer jungle can be off the spider forest, so that's an inlet there. So there could be nothing in there, like a chest or something, or there could be the waypoint. Because the spider forest can also jump straight to the Flayer jungle, there's another inlet. You can have the point where the Great Marsh doesn't connect to the Flayer jungle, and then you fully search the Great Marsh and it only connects to the spider forest. So that is something that can happen.
I am overburdened.
And we'll see what this map turns out like. I've got a feeling that it will probably just go into the Flayer jungle. The Flayer jungle waypoint is worthwhile getting, whereas the other two, not so much, in normal at least. You don't even actually need the Flayer jungle either. You can just drop a town portal and run off to the next zone and then just take the portal back. You could, yeah, that Flayer jungle, fantastic. So you could also have it where the next map is off one of the inlets. So sometimes if you've searched through the main, like the main middle portion of it, what I'd like to call, then you might have to start checking the inlets to see if there's a an exit into the next area. This one's the waypoint. Okay, cool. So then that means the next one up should be the the kid bin, I guess.
I can't carry anymore.
I've not had a map like this in quite a while. I've been getting a lot of skips.
I am overburdened.
It could be worthwhile increasing the play count here, and just spending a little bit longer just to get some experience, because it is a pretty decent place for experience. Alright, this is the kid bin, so this is the quest one. So my very first ever playthrough of the game, I clicked that and then got the gid bin.
This blade shall pierce the heart of evil.
I clicked this thing here, and then I put a town portal up, and then the gid bin creature dude just never spawned, and it was a bug, and I just didn't know what happened, and I think I just stopped playing. Like I could have, now looking back at it, I could have just save and quit, and then just gone back there and just pressed it again, and the gid bin dude would spawn. But yeah, it's a funny little fact. The reason I left a portal there is because that's also where the entrance to the Flayer jungle is. I mean the Flayer dungeon is. And that's where the next body part is that we're after. Alright, now we're looking for a 3-socket shield. 1 socket, you're no good to me. We're coming up to the super unique, you know, because everyone who ran away from the city dropped their gold. So, yep. Well, that's my thought, because there's always that little bunch of money laying scattered around, and I just think they were just trying to escape the city, and then they just got massacred. So Storm Tree, super unique, dropping 2 items. Definitely get that, it'd be worth more than the bow.
It's locked. It's locked. I can't carry it.
So the lower Kuras, this is the super chest heaven. This is where people come to farm super chests. Not so much in normal, but definitely in Nightmare and Hell. A lot of weapon rack and armor racks as well. So I had a weapon rack that would drop threshers, and yeah, it was fantastic. Got so many weapon bases for my mercenary. So for this quest here, I can't remember exactly which quest it was, but Serena is in here, and you can tell it just because of the way the temple is facing. If the temple is facing in this direction, it you know this is the quest one, because every other temple will be facing, you know, east or west or something. So the one that's facing south, in that south direction, well south is down this way, but it's kind of facing that southwest position. Just come in here, take Serena out, get the book. She's a fantastic place to farm, to get yourself well, I'm just going to go to town because I've got no space. She's a fantastic place to farm because she's just a super unique, close to a waypoint, decent level. We gave the gid bin, and then we got a ring in return, 24 lightning resistance. We'll hang on to that because that's good. What's our mercenary using? That's a tricky one. 17 lightning resistance is pretty good, but so is the cold Frost Nova. I think I just prefer the lightning resistance and the cold. That will definitely help more against Mephisto. It's okay, it's mediocre. It's just a heavy armor. I would never equip it on myself. Just uses way too much stamina. Nine to energy. Might keep that for later. Level 18. So level 18 on that holy fire. We've got the golden bird, but we may as well just get the tome and then do it in one trip. Oh shit. Oh, there goes my town portal. Well, that was a mistake. Anyway, that's not a big deal. I've already got the town portal for Flare Jungle. I mean the waypoint. Alright, so I'll find the waypoint for the Curious Bazaar, and then I'll head back and get the heart. I wonder if those tree things have the same resistance issue as Andariel. Like, you'd think being a tree demon that they would have a weakness to fire. It just doesn't seem that way. Yeah, so Act 3 is kind of where you want to do your leveling for so you can see this temple here, how it's facing towards the east. You know that that's not the quest temple. Yeah, Act 4 just seems to be just not as worthwhile for leveling. They have just a lot of HP. And especially for this build, a unique two-handed sword. And that's because we have all this magic find. Now, ideally, it would have been something useful, but 100% enhanced damage is not too bad. You know, 10 to 30 cold damage, that's alright. Life and mana still's okay. And some cold resist. It's just a two-handed sword, so its base damage is pretty low. It's not awful, but it's just so much easier to find something with more damage. Look, 16 to 34. This is 19 to 42. That's just from a shop. Yeah, the weapon speed's different, but you know, it's not that much different where the two-hand sword is going to win out by much. Well, it won't win out at all. These flayed jungles, these flayed dungeons have set maps. So once you've done one, or once you've done them a few times, then you basically memorize them. I know here they're off to the left, and I haven't memorized this one. This is always a giant maze, and it kind of just puts all these barriers so you can't walk through. So I don't know if it's up on the corner. Normally it's either in the corner or in the middle, but you just have to do this stupid maze. So yeah, I'd say it'll be up in the top left. I mean, the top left corner. It's going to have to get me to run through the center again. Hey. There we go. There's another super unique. This guy's immune to fire though. The first, I think it must be the first immunity in the game. But he's unique because he got, there's two of him. So you take the first two down, then there's another dude, so it's like 4 items there.
Stay a while and listen. Greetings.
2 to figure. Oh, that's great. We can sell that. So for Vigor, get some little bit of a boost in run speed. If you want, you can put some points into it. It actually does help you run significantly faster. And 1 to 4 lightning damage. I'll let it stay for a while. Alright, next mission is the sewers. Here we go. Sewers can be a pain. They can have those little fetish things that just come and stab you and kill you straight away, or they explode. So there's a super unique right where the next level is, and you can have a terrible map where it spawns in the middle, but most of the time you have it spawn at some sort of corner, so just run around the edges. And if you run around the edges of the whole map and you still don't find it, then basically run to the center. And if you find a super chest in here, or like one of those shiny chests, then you're pretty much on the opposite end of where you need to be. But with how maps work, the opposite end could also just be right next to you. But so most of the time it's just going to be on the other end of the map. Oh, here we go. We got lucky. Well, I guess we still search half the map, but at least we found it. I think this floor here is a level 85 area. I don't know who would farm here, and there's like nothing in there. But for hell, 85 areas where you want to target farm for those really rare items. So I've just got the vigor on my weapon swap. So, and I just swap by pressing W, and then that swaps what weapon I'm using. And that way I don't have to put any points into it. So this part might be a little bit tricky, just because they have so much resistance to fire. So Travancore always has pretty much the same map. You'll always find the waypoint in the same area. So just follow me to get the waypoint. This is a reason why it's farmed, just because the waypoint's always in the same spot and it has access to so many super unique it's not the highest level area, but it does have enough chance to drop some high runes. I wouldn't bother farming this place in normal. Yeah, your mercenary's just not going to fare well against these hydras. They just deal too much damage. So a Thal rune for normal is pretty high for here. So that's why it's worthwhile for farming for high runes in Hell. Because if that was Hell and it rolled high, then you're laughing. So we combine the 3 items in the cube, or the 4 items. Break that. And you unlock the door. While you're waiting, you can go back and get your mercenary, just so he can die against Mephisto. I think we got that 9 to life small charm just then. Yeah, because we had the 6 to life before.
Now that, what do you need?
Is she holding a snake? Oh my god, she is holding a snake. I don't know why I've never noticed that before. What the hell? I thought that was a hare. That's so cool. Alright. Those Act 3, these mercenaries are actually not that bad for normal. So, you know, they're an option if you want to use them. You can get the lightning one and they can do static field, which is like a flat 25% of their life. The problem is their AI is so dumb that they just run around in stupid spots and just get killed. That could be an option. So we basically just want to run to the left. So you come out of the door this way and you want to run left. So left is that way, because you're facing this way. So your character's left is this way. So you're running up this way. And then you come up here, this is to the left, but there's nowhere to go, so you just continue along this left wall. So that's basically just where I'm running in here, along the left wall. and I'll eventually find the next level. And here we go. So just follow that left wall, and you go all around. If I followed the right wall, it would have taken me all around the whole place before I came to here. And same with this level. So left will find us the waypoint, and then the next floor, it's like pretty much like straight ahead from where this entrance is. So it could be like up here or something in that direction, up that top corner. But these maps can always do weird and wonderful things, so you know, it's not always exact in how things work. Well, it's exact in how the maps are generated, but just because of the rules about it, it could be quicker not to follow the rule. So there's left, we followed left and we came to the waypoint, and then left of the waypoint is where the next level will be. But as I said, it might be up all the way on that end. Sometimes you get lucky and it's just like your first left is the waypoint, and then the next left is your the level 3, and then wasn't exact I guess, but close enough. So yeah, your first left is the waypoint and the next left is level 3, and you walk like 2 steps. Yeah, Mercenary's dead. He's just not going to survive against those hydras. For some reason, I think they might be bugged or something, because they just take way too much damage from the hydras. Because those hydras do like no damage to you, but they just destroy mercenaries. Your mercenary is basically going to need maximum fire resistance, sometimes even more than maximum, and fire absorb. So if you want, you can just put down a town portal just in case you die. You could also get some thawing potions, because that ice ball does a lot of damage, and even, you know, antidote potions. Could all help against Mephisto. So this is on players 3.
The Lord of Hatred shall
Oh, actually, was it? Oh no, players 1. Okay. Alright. So that ring will be one of 2 rings. Oh.
I am overburdened.
I think there is only 2 set ring items in the game. Yeah, nothing's going to really sell for much, so let's move on. Everything here is going to have just a lot more fire resistances, so our damage is going to be a little bit lower in this act. But it doesn't matter, we still do significant damage. Resurrect our mercenary. Now, I could have started building up my strength to around 60, so I could use these plated belts and get the next row of belt slots. Or you could just stick with the 30 and then find an exceptional item that will so the next ranked item, and then that will have the 4 belt slots as well. So Cathin's, and the other one is Angelic's. So Cathin's is pretty useless, so we'll just get rid of it, unfortunately. think the Cathans is a caster set for the sorceress. Mephisto Soulstone is a quest item. That's actually a decent weapon, so we can get that for our mercenary.
I'll put that to good use.
But again, he'll probably die straight away. Let's make some space in the bags or inventory. Oh, see, those are nice, but can't use them at the moment. So, let's just head on. This map's just a giant rectangle, so you should find stairs. Sometimes you get lucky and you just find stairs like right here, but it looks like the stairs are going to be either straight ahead, like at the other end, or it's going to be up to the top. Yeah, so straight ahead. The other place it would be like all the way up that way. Yeah, see, these guys have the fire resistances. Whatever. Alright, here we're looking for Iswal to get the tutor skills quest reward. He's a chunky boy, he's got a lot of HP. If you get caught in like this, you can save and exit, or you could drop a town portal, or and just run back. Positioning myself like that wasn't the smartest idea, but I'm still way too strong for these dudes. The difficulty level will actually decrease in the next act because there's just less fire resistances. This act is just, we're basically in hell, so everything's just going to be immune to fire, or resist fire. Oh, that's the next area. Hopefully we can find usual soon. Sometimes it can be in the center, but most of the time you find it closer towards the walls of the map. Looks like today he wants to be closer to the center. So by the end of this act I want to be 25, and if I'm not, then I'll do some leveling just to hit that 25. I'm not sure if I'll actually get to 25 at the moment. Oh yeah, Reed is in the center. So much HP. Sometimes in hell, like this is an optional quest, so sometimes in hell I just have to skip it just because the area is just so filled with too many dangerous things. Like if you've got souls around here, it's just too risky. And you just have to save and quit, come back and hope that the map spawns something else. So this one, we're looking for the stairs and the waypoint, and they're always next to each other. So you find one, you find the other. Oh my god. And again, this can be in the center of the map as well. So just run around the edges of the map, and then if that doesn't work, run through the center of the map. Here we go. There's the waypoint and the stairs. Get our 2 skills. Can't put any in that, so let's just go holy fire or resist fire.
Stay a while and listen.
Hail to you, champion.
I might give that to my mercenary.
Put that to good use.
The 10% to cast level 3 Nova actually does some damage in normal. His lightning resist is max now. He's got no fire resistance, unfortunately. Alrighty. Diablo's going to be a bit of a pain. But he is a... I've done quite a few normal runs recently, and Diablo's, I mean, normal is just a pain in general. Like, so, he's actually the hardest in normal, and then he just gets easier and easier, just because of that lightning skill he does. Is out at a different range, whereas in normal it's right by his body, so it's almost like impossible to avoid it if you're standing in the melee range. Whereas in Nightmare you can stand on him and then avoid it, and then Hell, you know, you can stand like a football field away and he still will shit it over you. So I think the Am rune is the highest rune the Hellforge can drop in normal. So obviously that's what, well, not obviously, but that's pretty much what we would hope for, because we've got that Thal rune. We can work towards making a spirit sword as soon as we find a base for it. That waypoint is always in the same spot. So those Novas coming out from that new armor he's got. Got an Ith rune, so pretty much useless. We just need half a level, so you know we might end up getting it.
What do you need?
1 to sorcerer skills and 1 to blizzard. That's pretty good in terms of gold. So that flawless topaz, we can go back to normal mode, and then we can do some farming of shrines. Go back to the stony field or the dark wood, and then just look for shrines. And if we find a gem shrine, we just keep that in our inventory, and then it'll become a perfect. At this point, if you wanted to go to hammers, it might be, you know, decent time. I'll just stick with it at the moment. Probably get through all the normal like this. Ooh. I got close. It's because our fire resistance is at 21.
Hail to you, champion.
And that's quite low for this part of the game. What you want to do, if you're finding it to be a problem for you, you just need to shop for a belt with some fire resistances, some boots with fire resistances, like a helm. You can buy this. It's got 2 sockets. You can use any just grey with 2 sockets. Put a Rail rune in it. A Rail rune will give you, I think, 30 resistances in a helm. 30, 35 in a shield. I can pop it. Oh, we can pop the Rail rune in the shield. I can pop these chipped rubies into the shield. I had a few flawed rubies I could have used as well. So a few options to deal with bumping up your fire resistances. I'm just gonna risk it for the biscuit and just try avoid getting hit by it. I got lower resist curse on me, so even less fire resistances now. Now they've got life tap, so yeah, I think I'm done with the mercenary now. Wow, it's conviction aura. So minus 24, it just hit me with a lower resist now, and I can go to like minus 50. This is why the Chaos Sanctuary is a little bit dangerous, and probably the first challenge that a lot of players will find in the game. Actually, I'd say Duriel would be the first challenge if you don't know about the Thawing potions. But for the average person who gets past that, this place is quite a big step up in difficulty. It's great though for farming, because just look at the monster density. And this is where the Paladin is like best. Alright, let's not get boxed in here. Like, we're pulsing up to 250 damage every, what was it, like 2 seconds or something? Oh, great. Immune to fire. Alright, well, I guess I'm not done with my mercenary. He's extra strong, but he doesn't really do too much damage.
What do you need?
What do we need?
And you don't only have to shop here, you can go shop in Act 3 as well. Generally, shopping here is a bit better, but unfortunately I didn't put any points into strength, so I'm not really going to get much value out of shopping here because I can't use any of those stuff. Yeah, so I'll just let the mercenary take him on. Alright, taken care of. The one thing he's done all game. Yeah, we'll definitely hit 25, so that's good. And playing through the game, if you're not aware of that that huge penalty to your experience, then you know you're just going to go into Act 5 and just going to be like, what's going on? I'm just like not getting any experience, and then the game's just getting real hard. And then you just start farming and like, I'm just not getting any experience. So I think that is a problem. I think that's something that they should remove out of the game because it just catches out too many people. And it's just weird that it's just level 25 for Act 5 and then the penalties removed. Yeah, don't allow yourself to get hit by these people because they'll just kill you. They'll put you into hit recovery, like I'll let him hit me. Oh, never mind, that was pathetic. When you've got 5 of them hit you at the same time, it could hurt. Just clear up some space because the next guy could be a pain. So you only need to hit the seals, and then so you hit all 5 seals, and then you just take out the 1 or the 3 super uniques. Oh, that was close. We got through. Yeah, if they corner you, you're pretty much cooked, literally. And especially with the low fire resistances I've got. But no, I'll just run around and let them get pulsed down. At 25, excellent. Now my chance to hit 39%. So as you can see, the level just plays such a massive difference in your chance to hit. I also don't have anything in to boost my attack rating. To be fair, there hasn't been too many items that boost it. Put another point in that. Alright. Now, let's see how bad this is. Yeah. That's not too bad. be nice if I just need him to run out.
I am overburdened.
Come on out here. Come on. Okay, when you're cold like this, run away. Just yeah, because if he does this cold touch on you and he hits you with that lightning, you're gonna die. So just don't risk it. Just run. This is the reason why I want to get him out of the middle circle, because I don't really have much place to run around when he chucks his lightning. Okay, he's hit me with the cold. Just run away for a few seconds. Yeah, run away again. Oh, run away. Yeah. It's just this lightning bolt thing is the only thing that you need to worry about. All of his other stuff don't do as much damage. And then that cold. There we go, finally. Gonna get myself some more potions.
Hail to you, champion.
It's not too bad. I'll keep it for now. %35 chance with that, 30 without it. So if I identified it earlier, I would have had 5% chance higher to hit him. Oh well. Well, that was just pitiful. What? Only 3 items. That's why you play on higher player count. You play on player 7, he's gonna drop, you know, like 6 items. A lot more of the time. That was just pathetic for a first item, like a quest kill. Right, Act 5, we're already level 25, so if you're not 25, just go farm Serena, go to the Curus Bazaar, bump up the player count, and just do her a few times until you get to 25. Or you can do the Flayer Jungle, just run around there, pulse everything down. Like you can come out here and continue on, even below 25, but you're just not going to get any experience. And I can show you the reason why I like being 25. And then you can do some pretty good power leveling just up here. So if we found a 3-socket shield, then we could have made Ancient's Pledge, the rune wood, to give us a bunch of resistances. So our mercenary is only 21. He's not going to level, but I'm not going to worry about replacing him at the moment, just because I'm going to do some power leveling a little bit, and I'll replace him after I've leveled up. And if he dies, I'll just leave him dead. He's not doing anything at the moment. Superior poleaxe. That's not very superior, is it? So you're looking for a full-socketed poleaxe or weapon. So you could use that for an insight runewood for your mercenary, which is a very powerful. It's got like 200 and something enhanced, percent enhanced damage. So 200% is a lot more than double.
Is free.
That's the first quest done. And this is where we come to power level. Oh, crown shield. Please be 3-socket or 4-socket. We're 1-socket. Wow. That's a pain. I couldn't use it anyway because 65 strength. So let's bump up the players. Let's just try players 5. Let's see how we go. And if players 5 is fine, bump it up again.
Good afternoon.
If it's too hard, drop it down. 17 life. Let's get rid of the 6 life. Keep the 17 for now. Don't need mana potions just yet. I'm gonna start pumping up some points in strength now. Let's buy these and just let's start putting some points into strength. But it's players 5, so it's a little bit slower now. But you know what, this isn't too bad. That was, what, a third of a level about. So do that 3 times, get up a level. Get to around level 30 or something.
Afternoon.
Just checking the shop for something. There was nothing of note there. Just looking for like some 20 to resistance for something. That's basically all I'm looking for, or like 20 to magic find.
I am overburdened. Put some points into strength.
Good afternoon.
So this only rolled with 3 affixes on it. It's pretty low. Like We've seen other ones that roll with like 5 or 6 affixes on it. Makes a pretty significant difference when you can have a few modifiers that are actually good on it.
What do you need?
That had one modifier that was good. See, 21 find item, 5 fire. That could have been like 30, 20 or something like that. I actually don't even need the fire resistance anymore. I've dealt with Diablo in Act 4. This act is more that's a bit split, to be honest. You got a bit of all three. Oh, Herodic Shield. It'll most likely be poor. But I'm still using the one from Act 1, which I assumed I would be.
How may I be of help?
29 fire, 29 cold. Yeah. So the other one had 11 resist or plus into lightning and poison. Yeah, that's unfortunate, but look, I'll probably still use it, I think.
Afternoon.
That was the longest rain. Oh no, it's still running. In history. Rained for like 2 seconds.
I am overburdened.
Wow, 2 to Bone Spear. Was that what that was? That would have been a fantastic rhyme shield for a bone necro.
Hello.
1 to Bone Spear, that's good base for 27 lightning resist. It's like Saigons, budget Saigons from Timu.
Can I help you?
Just takes a second to check what they have in the shop. Sometimes you find something good. Because this dude's a super unique, he drops those 2 items. Like, don't discount him. He could actually drop you. He could drop you an Am rune. He can drop you I don't know. Like, I think I was farming him once on Nightmare, and he dropped me like a Raven Frost or something.
How may I be of help?
See, an item like this, you know, would be nice to have repair mod on it. Like, repairs 1 durability every 30 seconds, you know, that's what you're looking for.
Afternoon.
See, 15 fire resistances. See, I've got 16 lightning, so that's fine. It's the extra belt slots though. because I'm getting through hell, that's why I'm spending the time leveling here. If I was just playing through normal and I was calling it there, I would just continue on. Put it up to players 8, and that should significantly increase the experience. And why didn't you got any scepters for sale?
Can I help you?
It might be a little bit slower. I don't think that was too much slower, so I'll just keep it like that.
Salutations.
So another good thing for it to drop now would be like a unique pole axe or something, or even a rare pole axe. That would be a good.
I am overburdened.
So we do have access to the Act 5 mercenary after the next mission, or next quest. So if a good sword drops now, might be worthwhile swapping over to the barbarian.
Good afternoon.
Not with that, and not with that. So I got that unique two-handed sword, but it's just not enough damage. He's gaining a little bit of experience. He'll level up very shortly. There he goes. But he just doesn't keep up with us. So that's why once we're done our leveling, just go replace him with someone that's higher level. When they get higher level, they get more resistances as well, higher skill levels. Poison resist is the only useful thing on that, so I'll just stick with the lightning. So 9% more magic find and 11% cold res, so it's a decent bump. Experience is slowing down a bit. I am not the strongest class to be doing this with at this point in the game. There are some other builds that destroy this section with a lot less time. But I still think it's about 30% of the level. So 3 attempts. Yeah.
I can't carry anything.
Maybe 4 or 3 and a smidge.
What do you need?
I think I just prefer the life leech. Even though the other weapons have more damage, I just think the life leech is just good at keeping him alive. I'm actually surprised he hasn't died in this part. And that might be just because he's got prayer and he's also got the life leech. Another fold rune. Okay, so it's under 30%. But that's not too bad. So I'll do 4 more runs including this one, and that gets me to 30. And that'll be enough to move on.
Can I help you?
Sometimes you get lucky and there spawns a shrine around here, and then you can just do this with an experience shrine, and it just compounds the amount of experience you get. So max damage is 1059. Yeah, so 1128. So that's almost 100 damage per level up. So it's getting to a point where it's actually pretty worthwhile. Like each level is significant power boost.
Afternoon.
5 more strength. And that unlocks the other boots I found. I don't need the fire res right now. I'll keep my magic fine boots. I can sell those. I can sell these. And it's funny that I'm just doing this just with auto attack. I haven't even bothered to get, you know, zeal or anything like that. All my damage is just coming straight from holy fire. So I brought up exceptional items before. And
Impossible.
that edge bow is an exceptional item. So each item has 3 types. It's got its base item. So the short bow, and then you've got the edge bow. They're okay. It's got the magic find on it. It's got poison resistance, which isn't my favorite. The problem is it's got a requirement of 70 strength. Which is, I don't know if it's worth that investment of strength.
Can I help you?
Wow. 30% faster run walk on a helmet. 10% increase attack speed. So now we're starting to find some different and more powerful modifiers. So I'll go back and show you the edge bow. And there's also the cudgel as well. That's also the club's exceptional. And that's basically where you want to start going to the next level of stuff. You don't always want to use exceptional or elite items. Sometimes you want to just use the base items just because of the less requirements. Like if you're using a belt, for example, okay, just a standard sash is only going to have the 8 belt slots. But you go to the exceptional version of the sash, which is the spider silk sash, I think, or I can't remember. Demon hide sash, I think it is, and the spider silk is the elite one. So just going up to the next one, it barely has much increase in requirements, but it doubles the amount of potion slots it has. So for that, it does make sense to use. But going from like, you know, the plated belt, which already has a 60 strength requirement, going up to the exceptional 5% frost nova when struck, it's pretty good. But still, I prefer the magic find. And later on, I'll probably prefer the faster cast rate, but I'll hang on to it. It might come in useful. You can keep an eye out for items with Blessed Hammer, like this one. But for 350,000, which is all my gold. Wow. 3 to Blessed Hammer for 240,000. That's actually not that bad. I'm gonna do it. Alright. Looks like I'm going up to 55 strength. If you're ever looking for a staff of teleportation, you see this stuff here, how it's got +1 to teleport, yet nobody can use that except for the sorceress. So you want to see how the name of this staff is a glowing battle staff of charged bolt. You want to find, you know, like a glowing battle staff of teleportation, and then instead of having the charged bolt charges, you'll have teleportation or charges, and that's what you're looking for, because then anyone can use it. See, I can buy this staff, equip it, and then I can use charged bolt on it because it uses the charges. But the 1 to energy shield and 1 to teleport I can't use or make use of on a paladin. So just bear that in mind if you're thinking of using a staff to teleport around with. Alright, it's also got Holy Shock, so, you know, if something's immune to fire, I can just put that on and do some lightning damage. It's not going to be much because it'll only be level 2. But
Afternoon.
23%, not worth the loss of cold res. It's got 23% again. So I'll finish this off as a Holy Fire, just so you can see what Holy Fire is about in normal. Alright, we're level 30. I'll get the 5 extra in strength. And then I'll do a showcase of or change over to Blessed Hammer and show you how that works. Let's set it to play as 1.
I am overburdened.
We're at good level. And we can just steamroll through the rest of Act 5.
What do you need?
The reason I don't use Cain to identify is just because he's too far away. 18 to life. I'll just hang on to that one. Since we're going to go for a run, I am going to... We're going to go for a run, but I also want to keep Holy Fire up. So I'll say goodbye to Vigor and just use the circlet for now. We'll save the barbarians. This is just crazy how much damage we're doing. Pulsing 360 damage. I think that was like 100 more. Or compared to what we're doing in Act 4. So for the barbarians, you're just looking for the white outline on the map. They will just spawn in at random spots, but normally in the fortified sections. Sometimes you'll have 2 at equal level, and other times you'll have scattered. I think I've got them scattered. So there's one there, and there might be another one further up, or I've missed them. So Demon Hide gloves. Yeah. It's got, look, 30 defense compared to 11 defense. Strength requirement of 20, and it's got a strength requirement of 45. So this, as an item, if it had better, a better affix on it, then it would just be the better item overall. Yeah. So that's that done. We can now get barbarians. Actually, may as well upgrade our mercenary. I'll stick with the Act 2 mercenary because I don't have a weapon.
Yes, warrior.
And do you know what? It might actually be worthwhile getting a Blessed Aim and bump up our attack rating.
Come back this way, have you?
So,
Didn't you see enough action?
Azrael, he's our man.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
So he'll put all of that to good use apparently. And it's got some decent resistances. 50-50. 58 on the fire is pretty poor. And here's our reward for saving the barbarians, Ral or Tau runes. So we can make the Ancient's Pledge with that, which is a shield with just like 40 resistance plus. And it also has, I think, damage take in return into mana. So it actually provides you a little bit of mana sustain. Let's take out the super unique. You just take out these super uniques, you never know, they drop 2 items, guaranteed, you know, one might be a set item, one might be a rare or unique. You're just increasing your odds and finding something useful. For finishing the first quest, we can socket an item. Now, socketing an item is awesome. There's like so many uses for it, so it's like really hard to pick what to use it on. You kind of want to save it for an item that you're going to use long term, or like an end game item where you know, okay, this is the item I'm going to have in that slot, or you want to use it to make yourself a base. Like say I go into Nightmare and I find a crystal sword and it's just white. Okay, maybe I might want to use the socket quest on it to guarantee that it'll be a 4 socket. Throw socket is another
I can't carry anymore.
super unique. Let's see if this shield's any better. I'll resist 18. 4 to strength. Do I swap lightning? I think so. Doesn't really have anything else. This has the faster hit recovery, but we've got that from those 2 items, so we don't need it.
Impossible.
Anyway, that's fine. It's not going to make a big difference. We'll also get one for rescuing Anya. Or Anya. See, a lot of people change over to hammers because damage in Act 4 slows down, but
Impossible.
just 5. But as you can see, this is a boss. This is probably a fire. Oh no! Oh, they just have a bit more life, these guys.
Can't carry anymore.
But you just see, we pretty much destroy everything. There's just attack rating and enhanced damage on that. No use compared to resistances. I'm fairly certain you can't get, 4 socket swords yet. You have to wait until the throne room or Nightmare.
I am overburdened.
We want to come back here for the Frozen River to save Anya. But for now, kill these dudes. Fire enchanted.
Can't carry anymore.
So rescuing Anya will give you 10% to all resistances,
I am over.
and also a shield or a rare class item, which is based on your character level. So just like the imbue, it's if you don't talk to Anya, then you can hold off on getting that to your high level. Single socket. I'm just looking for the waypoint right now. I guess I could go to the next area, but I've already cleared this whole map, so I know the waypoint's up here.
I can't. Afternoon.
Tip, you can sell your tome and buy it back full with 20 scrolls. Saves you walking around. No, just get rid of you, taking up too much space. 1 to martial arts. Yeah, I'm gonna give that to my mercenary.
I'll put that to good use.
It's a little drop in cold res, but he's just gonna be a zappy boy. He's got 2 times 10% chance of doing a level 3 Nova. At this point, level 3 Nova isn't doing too much damage, but it's still something. It's not 20% chance. 2 of 10% chance is different. So that means that if he gets hit, he could theoretically have 2 Novas come out from that same hit. Whereas if it was 20%, only 1 Nova could come out. So each chance has its own chance, basically, to cast that spell. Battle axe, so it's just not useful. So we got all this magic find, and it's just not finding us the right items. It's got resistances on it, but it's just going to be a massive power decrease. Like 1,000 damage. So this does more damage. And this is one of like the most common uniques. I swear I find it all the time. So, like, I know one of the beginner things to do is like, oh, you found a unique, oh, it's so rare. But it's just not that useful. Like, the itemization in this game is just made for you not needing to find those uniques. It's made for you to be able to go to the vendor and pick up some items and then just continue on your game. There's Anya. I'll just get rid of this sword, axe. I'm already level 30, so I've got no problems with talking to Anya and checking what shield she gives me. So there's a scroll to get 10 resist all. I'm not sure if the bug still exists where She, if you die in the game, your resistances go down by 10. But because it never shows in the character screen. Like the character screen has a lot of bugs.
Good evening.
What did you give me? 6 fire res. You never fail to disappoint me. Anya is also a good place to do shopping. Oh, lightning resist 5, that's nice. That's another charm I'll keep for the game. Buy some scrolls of town portal. And we just continue running up the mountain. I'm just going to get rid of that sword, no need. So now that we're considering changing over to a Hammerdin, our priority in items is going to change. We still want to prioritize resistances and life and stuff like that, faster hit recovery, but we need to start considering mana and faster cast rate. And I think like for normal you can get away with no block chance, and nightmare as well, no block chance. Just put in all of your points into vitality and you're golden. But for hell, I think going for that block chance is actually quite beneficial, just because things hit so hard. If you're able to block that and not take the damage at all, the life you lose by putting more into dexterity kind of makes up for it. Onto poison and bone, it's pretty cool. I should be playing a necromancer right now. That's a straight up upgrade. Not by much, but it's something. 5% more magic find and some cold resistance. With that quest and our items now, we're up to 62. Just run up the mountain. There's not really much to do here. You can find the waypoint, or you can just do what I do and just go for the waypoint in the Ancient's Way. You'll only also go for the this waypoint if you are not confident in taking out the Ancients as a first timer or something. Yeah, get yourself the waypoint. Yeah, because the Ancients have a chance just to spoil anyone's day. If you just get caught with one random whirlwind, you can just go from full life to no life, and then just have to run that whole thing again. strength. So with my mercenary, he's given me a little bit of a bump in attack rating. The thing is, you need to have attack rating for that to make any difference. Alright, come on, 3 sockets. Alright, we want a 3 socket shield. You got a 2 socket shield. And there's no resistances on it, and that's ethereal, so that won't sell for too much. So at this point, you'll have a 3 socket shield, and then you just make the Ancient's Pledge, and then you can basically wear any other item because you have all your resistances maxed out. But I've got, you know, the luck of someone with cancer, so I am not going to worry about it and just continue on. Let's drop a portal and go and find a waypoint. These guys are a bit scary. They get frenzy and they hit really hard. Chance to block's at 9%. I'll need quite a bit of dexterity to bump that up. I don't know why I did that. Don't have any potions on me. It's a war hat, so that's the caps exceptional item. .46 defense.
I can't.
There's a few tips and tricks for the ancients.
Good afternoon.
In normal, I think you can just go headstrong and you'll be fine. If they start being too strong, let's get rid of that. If they're too strong, you just put up a town portal and then that will reset them. You can't really tell what abilities they have or anything or what items they spawn with, because they're completely random in what gear they've got. So you just don't know if they're going to be, you know, have like a lot of resistances or something, or if they've got like a really high enhanced damage weapon or something. So I'll just show you. I'll start it. Oh no, they're too strong. Right, just restart it like that. You can take them on separately. You know, you can just run around until you find them and just taking them on one by one. You know. Alright, just take on 2, keep the third one by himself. You can drop potions on the floor before you come in here. Holy fire took care of him. So yeah, you can drop potions on the floor, so in case you don't have enough space in your bags or on your belt. And that's very helpful for Hell, just because in Hell these guys are actually a challenge and pretty much the last boss of the game. Okay, some vitality, get some more. Oh. About to get another level as well. Oh, Gem Shrine. So, the Gem Shrine, get yourself your flawless sapphire, your flawless topaz. Make sure you've got no other gems in your bag. And boom, perfect. And now let's got 24% chance of MF. So where my helm at the moment, the 2-socket helm that I had before with the 2 chip gems had 18%, I could put that 1 gem in there and then that will have 24, and if I get a second one then I'll have 48. So that's a pretty big jump. At the moment all my gear combined is 61. So this floor here, level 2, you want to look for the waypoint. So, not maiden javelin, pretty. If you're playing a Amazon, it's like a gold mine of an item there. Alright, with the waypoint. Alright, we've got the skill shrine, so our damage is bumped quite a bit. Now, I know that the is to the left, but the left is so far away. I'm just gonna check here. Yeah. So, this map is the biggest pain in the ass. So, left of the waypoint is this way. And that's where you want to that's where you're going to find actually that's where you're going to find this exit to the next level. So but it goes all around the map and then comes all the way back and it follows the wall that way. So I should have really, if I was to follow the map rules, I would have went the other way, but I just thought that map looked a bit funny. So I'm going to go against the map reading rules and then just check there to see if it comes up. And it paid off. Like, I don't really follow the map rules too often because I don't have them all memorized. But sometimes it helps. And to be fair, it's not even that important whatsoever. It's not like we're just talking about optimizations to getting to the next area a little bit quicker. And eventually you start playing and you're like, oh, I kind of have a feeling it's this way, or no, I keep seeing these same patterns all the time, and that always ends up being a dead end. So I'm gonna turn around now. Correct the crown shield. So I could even find I can find one of those Paladin shields and then take it to Larzik and he'll put 4 sockets into it, and then I can make myself a spirit shield, and that's just going to destroy any other shield. It has faster cast rate, faster hit recovery, +2 to all skills, which is a huge power boost. It's just so strong. Put a safety portal down, just because this area can be a bit tricky. Bale is going to just sit there and he's only going to cast Decrepify on you, which causes you to take more damage. It slows you down and weakens you. So it's like 3 curses in one. Get my mercenary to take him on. This is a great place to get experience. You can bump up the player count, but I'll just leave it at players 1 for now. This used to be the goat to leveling up. You come and just do non-stop Bale runs. Because his minions give so much experience and Bale gives a lot of experience. No, that would have been alright to find as a javelin. Jamazon. I'll show you what I meant with the cubing. Okay, well, Jesus, all of these items are so expensive. I'll just try this one just to show you. That was 3,000 gold to buy. Put 3 chip gems in here. Let's use the emeralds. Socket, Blizzard, Energy Shield, Enchant. So it cost 3,000 to buy.
Hello.
I think. Now 25,000. So that's how you turn a profit. But that's essentially gambling as well, and sometimes you can just get absolutely nothing out of it. But it's a great little tip to turn those useless chip gems into something. Fire resist 16. You know what? I would like that very much. The extra belt slot comes in handy. Drop another safety town portal. These guys here you're not going to want to take by Bale. He'll just decrepify you and they'll just melt you. So you don't even have to kill them. You can just drag them out of the room. And yeah, you just drag them to the other side of the map and then you just come back here later with none following you. And then Bale will just throw out the next wave. And that can be done with pretty much any wave from 3 onwards. Wave 3, 4 and 5. The first 2 you can't really kite them out that well, so you have to kill them. Well, you can skip them, but that's just a little glitch thing that you do to try and get that done. But you're better off just kiting them out of the room. These guys give Gigantomanosaurus experience. So if you can kill them, kill them. But they stun, they have Gigantomanosaurus HP. They got decent resistances. So most time you can hear Bale laughing because he reckons that there's no more left because I kited them out of the room. but I took him back in the room so he won't actually move on. Now, with these guys, you don't want to take them on all at one time. Just run around, get one to follow you, take it down, and then see, I've split. No, I spoke too soon. There we go. Just got 2 of them now. There's a third. You can see how they heal up. Poison damage or open wounds will stop that from healing. So that's why sometimes worthwhile keeping a charm that has poison damage on it. But to be fair, I'm not really focusing too much on building this character up as a physical attacker. So, and that little bit of life heal, it's no too much of a problem for me. Alrighty. Now, the final challenge. This guy's a bit of a pain. Chance to hit 26%. So I'm basically gonna do nothing. I might land one in what 4 hits, and that one will do some damage. But most of the time, the holy fire just proccing, pulsing on him is what's gonna do a chunk of the damage. He also mana burns you, so it's just a pain in the butt to deal with when you're a spellcaster. Alright, let's go to town, get some potions, get our useless mercenary. He'll increase our chance to hit by a little bit. We can swap our helmet. We don't need faster run walk at the moment. See, I could use this helm. I can pop that in there. 16% plus 24%. You know, 40% magic find. But I'll just be a weirdo and just hoard it in my stash and not use it. It's going a little bit faster with the mercenary. 42, so he's doubling my chance to hit. Wow. I think that's got open wounds on it. It's a life leech. I think that actually might be decent for the mercenary. Oh, it's got damage reduction. Physical damage reduced by 10% is actually huge. It's like a really powerful modifier. And it's also got damage reduced by 5. That's solid. So that's going on the mercenary. Junk. This has some life leech on it, but its damage is so low. It's got open wounds. So there we go. One of the items had open wounds. It's fast though. Is it worthwhile? Maybe I might keep it. It's got some life on it too, so life leech. Yeah, that'll do. Alright, so that's normal done. Nice and easy. There was no stress at all. There was like one point where I got a little bit low. Let's go reset to a caster and show you what that's like.
Welcome back, my friend. We're still clearing them up.
So let's reset. Alright, so we are a Hammerdin. Let's put all of our points. That's maximum in that. It gets points on Vigor and Blessed Aim. And it also receives a boost from Concentration. So Concentration is going to be the aura that we run. We're going to move this over to over here. I don't really need to hotkey that because that's just going to stay as is, I guess. Oh no, we. Let's just go F3 and go F4 for things that are immune. The rest of our skills, we've got 16. So we can go concentration to give us power boost. So what's that? 15% on one of those levels, and that gives 14%. And then to get vigor, you still have to go. So that's 3 points you have to chuck into prerequisites to get vigor. So for the most, like, vigor is really good to get, and blessed aim. I've got one in blessed aim, so. But let's just bump up concentration aura, because actually our mercenary benefits from that as well. So let's max that out. I still have 1 point left. So I can get fanaticism, but don't need to hit with my weapon at all. So I'll leave that. And so I can either go blessed aim or work towards I can work towards vigor, but I'll just put 1 point in blessed aim. So I basically did the most this is the most I can get out of Blessed Hammer at this level, and it's gonna look like a shock when we went from 1,000 and something damage down to 400, but you'll see soon. Let's get to Let's get to 60. See, I'm not running block chance at the moment. Yeah, see, just that 6 still gave a lot of block chance. So even though I don't have any points in Holy Shield, I might just put. Yeah, that's alright. %, block chance. Still want to keep a bit for health. Alright, 35. I guess that'll have to do for now. Yeah, I think that'll do for now. And then if I ever get enough points, you start putting points into Holy Shield. And then that will cover a lot of the missing part. And also a shield with actual increased block chance will help too. Alright, so Blessed Hammer. Let's get rid of these. Now, do I need to change items? How much? Faster cast rate 35. Oh, there's 10% on my weapon. Oh my god. I didn't even realize that. Holy shit. Okay. Well, that's really good. You're probably not going to find this in your game. But hopefully you find a spirit sword, like a base, and then we can make that. Or just use something that's got just shop something that's got +2 to Blessed Hammer. You should be able to find something like that easy. Just chuck on a ring, +10 faster cast rate. And let's go and see. Actually, we're going to need some mana potions. Quite a bit of mana potions. You could pop some points into energy, but generally I think I'm fine just pumping out mana potions. Alright, let's see how fast we can do a Bale run now as a comparison. Alright, everything's dying. Like, nothing's dying when I'm running around, but when I cast something, they're dying towards my hammers. Third Thalrun. So some stuff to look out for now would be plus mana, would be mana after kill. So you can get 2 tier runes and put that in a helm. So you get 4 mana after every kill. And positioning is one of the biggest things when playing this build. Because you kind of want, like, this is a great position for it. When you're side on, you kind of miss sometimes. So now this is a little bit more involved. You have to actually cast your spells. That's a completely different playstyle. You got to use mana potions. I'm standing there. I can't actually hit them with my hammers because of the environment. So the environment plays a pretty big factor in it. But I'm like pretty much destroying everything. I'm just gonna... Let's put the players count up. The mercenary is also doing double damage because of the concentration aura. So the mercenary is gonna be actually so strong. He's got his armor, reduced damage, open wounds. This is players 5. So that was nothing at all. Let's get ready. In hell, these guys are immune to you, but there's other ways we can deal with them. And this is like one of the few places where anything is immune to you. So this is, let's bump it up. There's 8. Let's move down. Let's just get some more HP. Another one in hammer. So this is players 8. And I just remember I just got up a level. Let's maybe drop it down to players 5 because the last wave is going to be
Salutations.
a bit gross. Mercenary was never going to survive those Hydras on players 8. It's surrounded and he's not even taking any damage on players 5. That's just ridiculous. Like, look at him go. Players 5. So chuck a few hammers, run down a bit. Chuck a few hammers, run down a bit. Chuck a few hammers, run down a bit. Hopefully they follow you. So this is players 5 and I did the Holy Fire as players 1 before. So my positioning is not the greatest, so I'm not even hitting them with my hammers. Hammers. That's already 2 levels gained. Okay, now the Hammerdin is more squishy. So that's get our mercenary back. Let's put some more block. 40%. I like that. So I'll also go through Nightmare and Hell. And if you enjoyed this run, if you enjoyed this build, just please like and comment, subscribe, do all those nice things. It really does help me out. It lets me know I'm doing the right thing. If not, give me some feedback. So I kept Bale on players 5. So, and it seems to be going just as fast as what players 1 was going. He's hitting a lot harder. Alright. So now that we're a spellcaster, we're not really affected too much by being frozen. This is a decent position, we're hitting him. He's got a clone. You can, if this is too much, yeah, just doing a little bit of damage. Yeah, if it's too much for you, you can just run to the other side of the room, go to town, and then come back, and then the opponent will despawn. There you go. And then Saigon's belt, some life and fire res. So that's an upgrade. Take that. But as you can see, like on our first kill we got 2 uniques, and now we got, I guess it wasn't too bad, we got a rare and a green set item. So yeah, that's pretty much the whole run. Like, comment, subscribe, all those nice things, and I'll see you in Part Nightmare.